Yeah, actually they are kind of the hardware related stuff. I mean not visualization.
As long as he's here, good enough. Session, he knows he's having that. He might show up. As long as this confirmed that he's here.
If some customers say that, they don't have resources to buy machines like what, $18,000 extra to spend. They are targeting like, we are at 2000 right now, very weak condition.
You are also
Apart from the problem, any other interesting
no, yeah, yesterday was pretty good. You know
the Wi-Fi,
what is Docker? It's music. Okay. Okay, that's the 50,000 per day. That means 50,000 per day.
I don't know, whatever.
Into work.
Yesterday, but not that particular.
We only have one bridge. We have more people.
The system for
because I would have opened the browser, I was planning to open more.
Sorry. I'm disconnected to 234. What was it?
We definitely are online. I can see the icon lighting up on the top.
Oh, great, so even just talk here again with.
Yeah, I can see the phone icon.
And I don't understand.
Oh, we're scheduled to start at 1.
So, I went to OpenContrail.
That's what I'm going to start out with the agenda.
And then I took my Windows machine for training the 2 days, and then to understand how the OpenContrail. They were like laughing at me. Windows? Everybody had a Windows machine.
Hello. Jennifer.
Amazing. Usually I would see the bread. In the GUI, I can some process it on this thing. Somehow along, correct?
So the thing is, we are showing the Java, what's wrong?
That's the problem. We have the self-correcting mechanism, and you are predicting unnecessarily. You are saying that it's coming up. Okay. Meanwhile, you are saying that it's wrong.
Once they come up, you just say everything.
That's the problem.
Why?
You are doing what? Based on the data.
Equip with SDM Central. Good. From where? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. I came yesterday. Okay. Today's gonna be a long day. Not a developer. I have your own OpenContrail summit. What do you want to do with cookies? Crack wearing those cookies. Crack wearing those cookies. I mean, don't you create some cookies? It is not giving that page. It is password level. We ask the password, right? This is zero password. There is reflecting problem. It is not able to return. This one isn't the accept cookie. Can you just say accept cookie? Yeah. Setting, another setting, right? And so accept cookie. Reference. Remove all the cookies. And then leave of that. It will accept it. Yeah, it should be.
You should have.
Capital G for it, all caps. Oh, I didn't do that. I didn't click it. I did it. But I didn't click it. Again, the same thing. This was fine. You're next. Seattle. Nice. Familiar with the company called VDAP? VDAP. Yeah, VDAP. REDAP? REDAP? VDAP.
REDAPT.
Good, yeah, I've heard of it.
So they're my company, parent company.
Okay.
Yeah, they bought us back in the, and then they're in Delta.
All right, shall we get started? I was waiting for you, like, we can't start without our presenter. Thank you. Thank you. Our presenter. All right, shall we get started, guys? Right? You have a green table? Yeah. Nothing else but already behind. Yeah, sure. We'll start. Okay, so welcome to the dev summit, guys. Here, we're gonna overview technical details of what goes on and how on the board, all the internal. So what I did was I took a crack at taking this 4-hour window, break it down to smaller sections so that it helps us guide through how we will cover. But we're not going to be very closely adhering to that. The dev team, we want to explore and open to stop us, ask questions, we need to change the order, we will change the order, and whatnot. So, first 10 minutes or so, I thought we will give an introduction and a couple of slides of architecture, high level, for those people who not very familiar with OpenContrail. And then we will get into the installation process, when you install it, Joseph and Big Lord, such as these are amazing questions from Singapore. So one thing I want to say is that all the developers in the audience here from Singapore, they are hardcore, hands-on developers. Any questions you have, these are the guys go ask. They're the experts in that subject matter. And session leads engineering development, software engineering development. He's going to cover the config node, the API server, the schema, the transformer, and whatnot. And then Anand is going to cover the control node and the test framework. So he has a lot of hands-on stuff, how to use the test framework with the concept, test something, how we go about it. He will share a lot of details regarding that. And so analytics, anything you want to know about using analytics, building your application on top of analytics, the API, how the things work, that's similar. So we will cover that. Then since we are here at KubeCon, which is part of and open integration. So Sachin is going to cover that area, and he will show you how you install OpenContrail. And, if you have some specific question which you want to ask, you free to take the live out in the hallway, and make sure you get your questions answered. Right? Okay, so with that, I'm going to hand over to the session. We're going to cover, the basic architecture, give you, for those people who are not familiar with the OpenContrail, it's a very quick 5 minutes, brief introduction to that, and then we'll get into the real. Hi everyone, my name is Sachin Bhaskar and I work in OpenContrail engineering. So, just for people who are maybe new to OpenContrail or just to set the agenda for the community, I thought we'll start with some overall OpenContrail architecture. One main key component in OpenContrail is of course the control controller, which we have gone with some off here, but I will, in my later parts of my presentation, I will expand into what are each component inside the controller. So we will say that here, config, control, analytics, and so on. So they talk to other external components through different protocols. For example, we can program course through the OpenContrail, and in the latest one we also added network-based communication with the course. And it can communicate to other external gateways, for example, using BGP. And of course, it communicates to our own reorganization using XMPP. And rerouters could be running on a compute host, or now we also have support to run that on the variant server. So all that is there. And control nodes themselves communicate with each other using BGP. So that's why any kind of router that supports BGP can deal with our control node and the routes and program routes into control. On the right, I have a logical view of how things work. It's a very high level view of how you program things in OpenContrail. So you create two virtual networks, blue and virtual network, right? And then you can connect them either directly or you can connect them to a service. For example, here we are showing a firewall service. And in each of these networks, then you can either launch virtual machines, you can launch Kubernetes controllers, Kubernetes containers, or you can put variables also in these networks. And then based on the policies configured in OpenContrail, all of this can be achieved through a mesh of these different orchestration systems. On the top, we show orchestrator, which could be either OpenStack or it could be Kubernetes that can send commands to OpenContrail. So with that, I'll transfer to next user. Yeah. Okay. Any questions? We can start with the instructions. Okay.
So you know, so there are some of these slides will be online, right?
They have been shared, so we can make anything and everything.
Okay, so I don't want to have people take 50 pictures of all the slides. So you post them online.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can post them online, but if you are taking the time.
Now, we can bring those stories. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Come on up. And Edward is online.
Yeah, hoping he says he can barely hear us.
All is fixed in that.
Yeah.
So somebody forgot to use their microphone.
Folks on the bridge here, all right? You just adjusted the volume of the bridge, hopefully. Edward?
Edward, can you confirm? You can hear us well now?
I can hear you.
Say again?
I can hear you. Am I too loud?
We can hear you.
Okay.
So while we're trying to get technical and fix the issue, and I wanted to.
Very close.
That's perfect. Okay. And so I wanted to give a little bit of background on what we are about to do. So during one of the PhD calls actually last week, we were talking about a hands-on session on OpenContrail, and then the thought was, okay, so we had an environment for the hands-on session, and we looked virtually at each other, and there was no answer. So we said, okay, let's try to get together and for a very small group to see if we can get the Contrail installer up and running. I know we talked with Sachin and he said don't, but
That was Sachin V.
all the rest of that.
We have Sachin Bansal and Sachin Vedya.
Okay,
So on the phone call when we talked, that was
okay, so I heard it. So Sachin said don't bother, it's not a good idea, but the reality is that today, most probably this is, if I'm very new to OpenContrail, this is where I'm going to go first. I'm going to go to Contrail installer and try to put everything in my VM and see how it works. And there is a little bit more interesting stuff than just this. So basically, what we have done, the group was Valentin, Masoud, Edward on the board, and myself. And what we did is took slightly different path. Valentin had already done this. He had tried the Contrail installer about 6 months ago, and he's going to tell you his experience. I tried from head. I'll share with you my experience. And Edward has been there for a while, and he has actually cloned the Contrail installer, and he has it running on Ubuntu 16.04 and with Okata OpenStack. So these are the 3 different ways people have taken within 1 week. And we're going to share here the experience.
And if I could add, if we determine that the Contrail installer is no longer the preferred way to do it, we will need to wipe out that repo,
Yes.
or at the very least, add a commit to that repo that deletes everything, leaves it in Git, but leaves nothing but a README saying, revert to the previous commit if you want to see it, but it's not, right now, it's sitting out there as the obvious thing to use, and if it's not the right approach for people to be taking, we need to make it very clear that it's not.
Yeah, one of the things I had suggested after we hung up other day on the call is that we put at least enough information on the repo or the page, so that it has a proper link, which can take people to the right place. Even if they end up at a wrong place, there is enough information there to get them to the right. So that's something we have already taken as an action.
So we're, so this is pretty much the approach that I just talked to you about. So we have the approach of the creating pigs and the big bad wood, the big bad wood. And each one of us built a different house, and Masoud was the one who tried Edwards, which seemed to be the most stable one, and he is going to share with us. He has also tried some of that. So.
Don't do presentation. Don't do presentation. Yeah, that's what Greg told me. It freezes on the remote side. The people who are watching this, just go with full screen.
Well, try it because you have a PC, not a Mac. That was a Mac issue, so maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, so the camera works, it's just Mac.
Okay. Then we are good.
And by the way, again, this is 1 week's worth of work with all the other responsibilities that we have. And so it's really, you will see it's not it's not going to be a very synchronized presentation. It's more of a discussion really that we're going to bring and we actually. So this is the background, this is what they here to talk about. And quite frankly, I'm not sure who asked this, okay, this was you. And I guess you're talking about what needs to be done.
Oh, yeah. Looks like I dropped the title slide. Yes, so these are my experiences from 6 months ago. So we came across Contrail installer like in May of this year in our search for the what we call reference implementation. So we want something which is configured the way OpenContrail should be configured at least to some extent, and we will fit together and communicating together properly. So we just took a stock to go to 14.4. We have with 16 gigabits of RAM, and that's the bottom because that's going down, especially the analytics. And then we did what Rich said. The process went smoothly for us, but there were some pitfalls like if you use Contrail installer anywhere, you shouldn't use stage protocols to allow everything from the obviously or at least you need to have your keys in place for the switch to HTTP. There is an issue with GDK, which Contrail installer not the stage tries to pull from the internet, but it's no longer there. And if you don't have an Oracle account and don't want to get one, you can search around. I found the Turbo and Ubuntu chips and put it where the installer is back somewhere in something. Then we had an issue with Python package installer. I'm not sure if it wasn't our fault. It was just two conflicting versions, like the one from Ubuntu packages and the one that they installed tried to pull. It's resolvable, just be careful. And then I'm actually not very good at OpenContrail, but it has some issues with Keystone, which was already fixed, so we just moved the page from the OpenContrail and applied there. So basically, all caveats we encountered were about dependencies, not about the installation. Next slide. I'm sorry, maybe this doesn't make a good screenshot, but it shows Contrail console is usually not because of container installer, but because of some stuff in back.
Okay, Masood, you're remotely, you're not sharing this slide.
Sharing, but I think it's because of maybe you just try full screen is stronger than.
Do an unshare or share, or maybe whatever, maybe this one is being shown remotely.
So just don't do the presentation mode, just do
Yeah.
full screen.
Just,
You can just go like
So I don't see it.
in Windows mode.
do, maybe do unshare and share again. And then do the sharing now.
Yes, it shows now.
Now it's good.
No, but
This was the screenshot I was describing. For some reason, I was able to log into our internal network this morning to grab a better answer for that. So this was just what I happened to have lying around on my laptop. So, a few lessons to learn before I pass the microphone to the next speaker. You can use Contrail installer for to get to know Contrail, even such advanced features as load balance as a service, which was our goal at the time. But you must be sure that you have all services running. It may sound like, okay, it's like a sandbox, I don't need an analytics. There are some key independent services like if monitor code analytics table for some reason, if I display. So better have everything in place for this stuff. It's not easily restartable. I mean, you don't want to unstack the stack and you don't want to restart the mail installer. Better short your VM if you need, but you usually don't because I have my VM running for the half of a year with no problem, which I guess is good for a developer sandbox. And I also had some issues trying to use Contrail installer. That's the kind of Contrail installer to be anything but release form. I tried it over 3.2 and it worked, but it required more changes. So better see to the master branch if you use it. So I guess that's all from me. Any questions? Or shall we have the presentation then?
So in summary, you did get Contrail installer to work for you, in short.
Yes. In short,
What is the total build time?
sorry.
What is the total build time?
Right, maybe 3 or 4 hours.
So the caveats you listed, are those things that we can or should update the installer script to do automatically, or are these things that it can't?
Discussion at the end.
Okay.
Let's take the
Okay.
discussion at the end.
Okay.
As we do the discussion, we want to start.
Okay.
So, this is me, when I started, like, I fought with this for about a week. And I answered pretty much what he had found out, downloading the certificate. You can see the error for that. And the problem is that there is that specific carbon, that version is not that URL anymore. And if you need to have an account with Oracle, you need to download your JDK yourself. and, I mean, there is a workaround with that, but this is a problem, someone spend time to figure out what's going on, then whether installation stuff. The next one is, Python page, also mentioned, by Valentin, and that's an interesting one, the specific version, the deadline doesn't exist, again, in that URL. If you look inside the content of the page, which is the installer, there is an interesting comment that says, well, if you want this version, you need to download it from there, but then something else breaks in the installer, and we could not figure it out, so here is what it is. So basically, it seems like this is an interdependency issue that nobody pretty much has an answer, I think, and unless Valentin you figured it out, I think. And that's another interesting one. I'm not sure how big of a problem it is if you don't have Python based. I'm thinking some, obviously, some dependencies are there that cannot be complete, but that's another issue. So the next one is really interesting. I happen to see it now, because I did it now where Valentin did it 6 months ago. The content installer requires the Hacker branch from desktop, and if you go to the next slide, the branch is not there anymore. We start with new one. Now, maybe if I try Newton or if I try the data or something else, it's not there. I didn't get to that point. But the point is, if someone like me 1 week ago started to try to get OpenContrail going and have not seen those blogs that the instruction has told us about, then they get into this loophole and these issues come up. And then I will pass the mic virtually to Edward, who has already been working on this, and he will tell you more details.
Hi, Kish. Hang on. I think if the maybe the deck is not appearing. Can I share my screen?
Can you share? Yeah, I think you can just go ahead and share your screen.
Okay.
Or we can
change the slides.
No, we can change the slides for you. That may be the easiest part. So we'll just, you call it out and we'll just move the slide down.
So Edward, can you see the slide? Can you share the slide, Edward? I think it's easier if we just change the slide.
The updated slide is on Google Drive.
Yes, I mean, we got the latest snapshot.
Hi. So I think I will also present the GUI, right?
It's okay if he shares, right? Because we will see what he's sharing here.
I do have a live.
Okay, go ahead. Edward, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, good. Hang on. Can you see okay on screen?
Yes.
Right. So this is the latest version that's running of the master. And let me show right here. Okay. So 6 months ago, we were doing 3 to 5 for CentOS. So we had to create the RPM package and fix some of the offline packages like dependency, mainly Cassandra, and related offline package, and Boost. And then we had to change the control spec for the kernel version that we support. And then we fix some of the external dependencies. And then we are able to execute to create a package. And after all that, we can run the fed command to install Contrail. So that was 6 months ago. All right. And just recently, the 3 people project led by Joseph. So we started in 4.1 and running Ubuntu 13 and 14. We tried both Mipaka and Newton. None were working. Sorry. Okay. Mipaka is obsolete. And Newton, we tried the end of life version. We had some problem with the Cinder and other components. And during the time, we decided to move to Okata. And then in 16 and 14, they ran okay, but 14 has other broken dependencies. So we have decided to try 16. And we started with 16 on 4.1, and then it went well with patches. And then we try the same patches on the master. The result is the same. And we are able to bring up the Contrail. And during the process, we did some additional changes. First of all, we upgraded Cassandra version 2 along with its HB9s. For example, Cassandra was a 2.x before. Now we are running 3.11 something. And the API version was 3.3 or so. Now it's a 2.7. And the spec we have is a virtual machine with a 16 gig RAM and 8 CPU. The build time is about 25 minutes. And I have a personal GitHub clone of the Juniper Control installer. And I made the changes on several scripts. And this is the current GUI snapshot. And I can click on the GUI to share with the audiences. So this is a live GUI based on the master branch. And we are able to create a net. My dev stack is not fully functional unless the OpenContrail seems to be working fine. Right, that's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions for Edward before we move on?
Edward, which branch are you working from? Just master in your fork?
It's a master.
And have you submitted any pull requests back to the Juniper repo and have any of them been merged, or have you not submitted any?
Not yet.
It looks like there aren't huge changes, right? It looks like 7 commits, 4 across 4 files. I mean, GitHub is saying it could be merged automatically, so it looks like you haven't made major changes. Is that correct?
Edward, did you hear the question?
Not very clear.
So Paul was asking if they have made any major changes. It seems like you had how many 6 patches? You said?
The 7. I'm just doing a compare of the Ocean 1598 master against Juniper master.
Oh, I see.
And GitHub is saying it's 7 commits, 4 files changed.
Okay.
So think, if this is, now, I'm waiting for the unveil at the end of this presentation, but if this is worthwhile, it looks like we should get a full request together to get that merged.
I only could get pieces, so maybe Joseph, we can talk this offline. Is that okay?
I'm not sure I understood you breaking up what it is actually.
Turn on the speaker on this shield. See if we keep that on your side. Turn this one and then looking for. Let's see if it works there. Take the gain and find. What? Yeah, I don't know why. I was gonna say that about mine, but, hang on.
Now it works.
Apparently, because I'm a co-host. All right.
Yes, I made you the co-host just in case my partner rolls, and how the viewers that I have.
Yeah, no, when I click share screen, I got a message, this will stop the other presenters, do you want to continue?
So, as part of this, small project that we did on logical interface, was a game, that. It's a really small project, but we ran through multiple challenges. First of all, when we tried to compile the code in and there also we ran on because of the packages and around 4 days to compile getting that. And then we want to have the implement the delivery on so typically the delivery of the have the delivery here the one. So if it is a very interface in PDA, then we can only see the logic interface. So we added a tab interfaces for to implement the network configuration. But in that whole process, when we get to the PDA, it was quite a journey. So around 3 to 4 weeks to finally compile the code and still there were challenges. And we compiled our findings in this kind of flow that we started and trying to do the part. This is the part that typically goes to the structure with the and then we did some of those changes to bring the detail part inside that. And that is where we face multiple problems. So one that if EPDK becomes part of it and really enable this performance, then you have to bring this portion inside the code in a systematic manner. So right now it's not in that way. The second one is that and this is the place where we have finding that what are the typical steps, and we went through a very detailed way that even if you create your account, what are the typical challenges that you face, and we try from a developer perspective, we try to put everything so that the new developer should be able to follow those steps and try to combine the code and try to see himself that how he's doing it. And if you those steps can be the idea is that to bring the single chip installation. So we are the process of writing a backend script, which basically says that we will start, we should launch the VM, and within the VM itself, you can go and install the OpenContrail installer. And there is again the and if you of the installer, then the installer and the repo should be the same. Today, for example, repo can go with a 1602, but we cannot compile to the installer. There is a difference. We try to do it even once before we had a lot of issues in terms of 1604. We again reverted back to 1404 and tried to do it. So this is it. I think.
So this is where the really interesting discussion needs to start. So basically from, anybody who has played with DevStack will tell you this dependencies is the nightmare with DevStack, and it's not meant to be rock solid, but the reality is that there are more often than not we have dependency issues if you try the DevStack code. And pretty much everybody who has tried DevStack, now they're moving into containers, which make dependencies much more, in a much more way. And this is what Juniper apparently has already done, and Sajid has shared the links with us. So here's the situation right now. We can get the Contrail installer again up and running. Dependencies will break in time. Someone needs to actively look at what we have to put in CI, we have to do things like that. Is this the best way? I'm not sure. If we have containers that, so there are two things that talking to everybody here and outside, this is an NSD issue, really. It's not an OpenContrail issue, but it's much more apparent here. So, people want a development environment which DevStack can give it to you, and we don't expect it to be stable, and you should be able to work out eventually the benefits. But we want a development environment, and we need something to run the stack in the lab, right? And then it's of course the production where the actual commercial engineering should be doing the job. But in terms of OpenContrail, we need the dev environment, and we need something to experiment with in the lab. Now, back to your question. It's cheap to just do a pull request. I see the problem, and this is where I need everybody to start chipping in there. I see the problem of maintaining this. We'll fix it now. After 6 months, someone will try and it will break again. Yes, someone will need to actively maintain it and make sure it does work, and we might have to put it aside. Maybe that's one way to get a dev environment, that way. But we need to pay money to keep it going. Containers, we haven't tried it. We only started this 1 week ago, and we said, let's try just this because someone has already done it for you. So, containers might be another thing for dev environment, right? Something that I can pull the head and with OpenContrail and deploy it with containers. And maybe that's the right way to go about. Paul and the infrastructure group are putting together public scripts. Maybe that's another way that I can get my dev environment or my lab environment. So there are quite a few ways to go about it. The question is, which one shall we go after? And personally, I'm very much interested to really crack the nut if it's not already cracked, because if we just try the containers way it works, or we need to come and fix it, then great. But personally, I'm very much invested in having a dev environment and having a lab environment. So, starting with the dev environment, because we cannot fight all the fights at the same time, I wanted to get people's opinion on what we should, and we should work all together, right? If guys have done a lot of work there. AT&T guys I know have done a lot of work there. Paul is doing a lot of work in infrastructure. Everybody has done things in their lab, so let's get together and get an installer for a dev environment to start. So which way do we want to go?
Yeah, I've got one opinion, and I'm sure many here, but, my thought on this is one of the things that you raised was a really good concern, that if you have anything that you earmark specifically for dev environments is going to be a second-class citizen and is going to require extra maintenance and extra development, and is going to get old fast. Anything that's in production is going to be something that's a first-class citizen, and it's going to be something that you're interested in keeping up to date because that's the bread and butter of your deployments, right? Real life stuff. So we're going to talk about OpenStack later on, I think, but one of the selling points of that as an approach is that the exact same thing, that the same Helm chart that puts something in production is the same Helm chart that puts something bare metal onto your laptop bare metal. That's just it cuts out half of what you have to maintain.
So any thoughts of that, any disagreements, I see some notes?
Well, the important distinction to make between Contrail and OpenStack is C++. You would generally not have C++ source code and a compiler and a linker on your production servers, and you would generally not be compiling the entire thing on your production servers. And that's the difference. When we're talking about setting up a development environment, the idea here is somebody who has not done Contrail development, but is a qualified C++ developer, has been assigned the task of fix this bug or add this feature or whatever, and they say, okay, I know C++ very, very well. I have browsed the code on GitHub. I know what changes I need to make. All right, how do I get this thing onto my laptop so that I can edit a couple of files and run the make script or the sconf script or whatever it takes, and let my expensive developer laptop churn for however
I
long it
think
takes.
this is touching on something that, you know, I like math. I'm very biased to what I think the correct solution is. But you need to have CI and gating running on whatever development environment it is, regardless of the technology. This is something that we have found within AIC has really helped this, because bit rot of the developer environment is what kills projects. You have to have it so that whether it's Puppet or Helm or whatever, it works, and it works from master every day. And then you can start accommodating these differences, and a developer environment should not be a second-class system.
I was just going to add to your point about the build process part of it, right? That's something you do on your laptop, and it's not something that you would do in production. Yes and no, right? If you can encapsulate the build process so that it is actually the same thing that you would run on your laptop versus in a real-world CI/CD, then the bit rot, like he said, is not going to kick in, because as long as the CI/CD is solid for real life, then especially if that's containerized, then you can run that locally. You don't have to worry about installing all the dependencies.
Absolutely, and I think Sandeep can talk to the example with what he was writing. I think it was you spent a lot of time where it worked on his laptop, but when he pushed to Garrett, it failed test, and the test worked locally. And so the question is, what the heck is the difference between the test he was running locally and what was running when he pushes to Garrett? And how do we make sure that when a developer starts new on Contrail, that they are able to get an environment on their laptop such that if they change the code, test it locally and it works, push it to Garrett, it should pass the test, because in principle, they should have been able to follow a set of instructions that got them locally everything that needed to be there to build Contrail. There shouldn't be hidden stuff that the CI/CD system is doing that they can't reproduce locally.
But I think eventually we'll get there. I get this kind of dilemma all the time with OpenStack.
Right, but so the question is Contrail installer that thing, or is something else, and what?
Yeah, so I think part of it is documenting it correctly, like, how do you set up your environment so that what you have on your laptop is same as what is in the Garrett, right? So part of it is documentation, part of it is user error, part of it is CI/CD.
When Juniper hires a new Contrail developer, you say, okay, good luck, nobody can figure it out, or what instructions do they follow? You point out,
But anyway, so anyway, but I think what Peter and Matt, I kind of like that. If we can solve, like, I see your C++ argument. I hear your C++ argument. Barring that, right? So rest of all, if we can make it a clear way, saves a lot of headache for a lot of people, right? And then, I don't know whether with the Helm, we can build the binaries or not. No.
Yeah, they need to be coupled from one another, right? Because you want to keep those things separate so that you have the build process outputting a container, and then the deployment process deploying that container, rather than one process trying to do all of them. And that's how you can sort of decouple these things and have, various CI/CD pipelines that in Jenkins are going to do the same activities, or you get your images from somewhere else and deploy those from an artifact repository. You want the same deployment process. So yeah, I think that having the OpenStack Helm focusing on deploying the containers, and then having some build process, perhaps a containerized build process that builds.
Maybe there's a set of containers that bring in your compiler and your linker and everything.
But this gives us an opportunity. I think this is a good discussion. We want to probably get the next presenters going, but I think this is a worth discussion, and
this is the essential part. We're going to have more contributors to Contrail.
Yeah.
They can't be on their own to figure out how the heck to get started. So if you were to hire a new developer in Juniper, you can't deliver enough features fast enough to satisfy AT&T, so you got to hire some new developers. Would you point them at GitHub Contrail installer? Would you tell them go read about Helm charts, or would you do something else?
So one thing I want to do as a wrap up, Joseph, we should take. So hang on. So I think we should take some bullet points out of this discussion, right? There are some few good use cases, good solutions, good problems being discussed. So that way we can come up with a charter going forward.
To make things to wrap up and move on to those we can talk further about it, and just make a short remark.
I'm curious, I see about your flow now.
Yes.
And was waiting for about, so maybe, would you mind go through them? So I don't see one about camp, so I think it's talking about the environment, and there is also an overlap between CI and the environment because both components. And actually, after we made it until the start, we took a third-party CI pipeline, I guess it was from Ranges, and everything around it, it worked well. So if we can get customers like can say also that after it would be a right.
So, to wrap up, I'm starting the work group from next week. And I'm gonna send the email out to everybody, and I'm gonna talk about it in the DSC call. Whoever wants to come along and get to the bottom of this and produce something to fix a GitHub or something, come up with something new, please join us. Really, I would like everybody to contribute to make sure that we don't have the group that here does one thing and then Juniper wants to go the other way, and then we start. arguing, and let's get all together and let's have one safe environment for everybody, and let's have something that will work with everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Now we can go into more detail on the other components inside controller. Let's go into basic. So I have run four of the major components that we have: config node, control node, related and compute node. There are a few other things that are not shown in the picture, but as you can see, each of them I have run as a scale-out form, and just because I run them as separate model means they have to run on a different server. They can all be running on one server or one VM or whatever, or you could choose the roles as you think it. As shown, communication among the roles here, because config nodes themselves are fairly different from each other. The only communication among them is the based message bus, and also the databases and the people are clustered with each other, so they will of course have all the shared data. But each of the control node talks to each other using a shared message bus. Any config request that comes from outbound API is either write to database and send a message on RabbitMQ, and the other one sending data. I'll talk more about it in the next slide. But let's go on to the next one. Control nodes themselves are dealing with each other using PDP. But this is starting 4.0. We don't have a IFMAP component, and control node also listens to the same RabbitMQ message bus that config nodes use to talk to each other. And whenever it receives a notification, it reads the data directly from the content. So the notification only says this object changes to the update button. This object name is got created or updated or got deleted. So it will tell the UI of the object and the operation. And then controller is supposed to read the object from the combined object from the in-memory database. And we'll talk about it in more detail later. Then control node also talks to the VL package that we are running on KubeCon. All the communication is over XMPP. There are two kinds of communication happening over there. One is that control node also acts as a proxy server for agent. It sends all the config that is relevant to track the router to the agent. And also the VL agent uses it to publish routes that it has on that course. Control node and then control node redistributes all those routes back to all the other agents. And then on the left bottom are drawn analytics node. So each of the components in OpenContrail connects to analytics nodes to send their analytics things that we have UVs, we have object objects, all those things are sent over a proprietary protocol. We have so that is how each of the components interact with the. Let's go into the control node itself, config node itself. So here I have drawn different processes that are running inside the config node. Besides the database processes that we have with and Amron, I have drawn the major component here. There is an API server which uses that based interface to
hardware stuff, transformers, monitor and device manager. But there are a few others like, we have two managers who each of them will subscribe to message and then take action, whatever they're supposed to do. So this is how APS server actually looks like as remote hardware components and then APS server here. So I talked about hardware interface. We actually have two ecosystems. One is to slash from URL, which is request from the from plugin, and that is actually via PNC request, which is on slash URL. And we have a separate component inside the API server itself, we call PNC stack. These two requests convert them to PNC API request and uses local PNC API, meaning the line to go to the socket layer again to send request to the main component. Again, I'm talking about how it is now and previously users probably had a slightly different implementation. And then if you think about it, it uses, of course, uses the command line of distributed database. We use Lookeeper to resolve any kind of ID duplication, either it's escalate for ID mapping or a data resolution or we have CNID and CNID. Then once it has written things to database, it will then send a message to data view and it will subscribe. It itself will subscribe and then do some bookkeeping. In the older days, it used to also publish to AppMap after receiving message from the data viewer that part is on. So, why do we need schema transformers? So we have a intent-based model for something. What user creates is what he wants to do, but that's not necessarily what the internal components need to receive. One example is that user creates virtual networks and network policies that we translate internally to set of routing instances of targets, connections between routing instances, ACLs for each routing, each network. Then each agent can subscribe to whatever parts of that conflict they are interested in. Another example would be our servicing implementation. User creates a network policy with action being a service instance, and then they launch the service instance. Internally create a set of routing instances and import-export rules on those routing instances, and then that gives enough information to both control one and the agent to do the traffic and do the computation. So the flow in schema transformers is fairly simple. The only input to it is a few messages. It is like any other component. It receives messages and then reads the objects of the data. Then it also has a memory database which we call PNCDB, and it has a graph walking algorithm called dependency tracker. That dependency tracker is nothing but it's a graph walker which says if you receive an object on a given object, which other objects do I need to evaluate. In the end, at the end of the dependency tracker algorithm, you get a list of objects that might have been affected by this change from the data server. And then we figure out what to do with them. Then schema transformer also uses Lookeeper for various ID allocations. One important thing is ID allocation that is done in schema transformer. There are two other things and one thing I want to point out is what to do when things go wrong in schema transformer. We have a few options for debugging. So we have currently have log files. We also track any breakbacks that are being generated in a separate file called schema.m, which roll over. This so that we save those breakbacks for a longer time. We also have an introspect report on this schema transformer, which is hello state, and an introspect is a way to look inside the process. It is every process has one HTTP port result and on which you can look inside that object. So in schema transformer introspect, you can
as it seems like, so if you see any discrepancies, there may be some problems with the data queue or code. In addition, we also create the message, and that also we see something. You see some message thing or some problems, and that could be using or what we want. So this monitor again, very similar architecture. It has the same dependency package. It says, so schema transformer only creates the internal configuration that is publishes back to the data server using the VMC state. Service monitor can actually launch VMs or containers depending on what you want to play or what. So service monitor starter is we have two versions of services, we call them services V1 and V2. V1 is the old model where service monitor used to launch all the VMs and it used to use nowhere to launch those VMs. But in V2 we are giving that control to the user, so they can launch the VMs as they want. And the service monitor will create some necessary bookkeeping again. It also implements both that running and other and similarly, there are things very good service monitor. There is a log file, file, and goes back and device manager is a component that we use to program external devices. We support requirements and basics, so it's written in a plugin model, so somebody could write plugin for external device, which is not triggered. In fact, internally, we are working on plugin for some other components, but they are not ready to be deployed yet. So we may see non-universal plugin for device manager. It has so what it does is it creates a config model for each device and users can come to push it out. We are also working on a new version of device manager which will use Ansible modules to push the devices as well as manage the main benefit is that it can manage across different versions. Today, one of the problems we face with device manager is that if you want added a new config or it changes something and we don't recognize that we want to run. So we will say if version is V1 then program like this, if it's V2 then program like this. Again, things that we can create templates for configuration. Like you want to do something extra on each port, send to this, or you want to change the calculation on every port, then you can put that in template, right? So those things will be done and practice for the firewall. As we talk about our object model, so each object, so each configuration item in OpenContrail is basically an object which can have links to other objects. We have two types of links. One is a parent child link that has drawn here between object 1 and object 2, and the other type of link is like the reference link that have drawn here between object 2 and 3. The reference link can also have data attached to that link, and then each object can have a bunch of properties. So this is defined in what we call a schema file, and I'll give an example of it. I'm not going to I'll show that schema file that we use. So this is the current XML-based schema file that we have. Pretty basic to read, and that is one reason that we are looking to change it to use the JSON-based schema, and the tools for data we developed. In the first release, we might say we will probably have JSON-based schema converted after and then have read. But I want to show an example of how the JSON-based schema will look like. So this is much more readable than what we have in our external schema. Here you can see this is a schema for a virtual machine interface object. It clearly says it has references to these other object types, and it will also list what are possible parent objects. Then other properties are being listed. So each property it shows what permissions user has, what are the types and everything. So hopefully it will make it very easier to create or edit the schema and create new objects as needed. So any questions or anything?
I didn't fully get what you said about JSON scheme is to replace the current XML-based one.
So we will let's remove schema to replace what we have here and
When do you plan it to happen? When this new scheme?
so most likely Hyderabad.
Okay.
So we are already working on it. Just that I hope it will be done in Hyderabad. I'm also committed.
Regarding the introspect portion, the tool to monitor those or?
So it's not, you cannot monitor it, it's a static rate that you see in your current rate. You don't, publish those things as a stream that can be monitored. There is, what you need, or that is what we call UV, for user visible entity, and the analytics are our publishing UVs that you can subscribe to and monitor. And, maybe Sundar can translate what analytics.
They will talk about both introspect as well as the UV in the discussion.
Right, then I'll answer to Anand to describe more about control.
So, can you unshare so that we can share?
So I'm going to talk about context control. I don't want to talk about, whatever is already there. We have so many videos and whatnot online about, design. I really want to talk about what I do, what we as a team do as a developer, how we would like communicate as data engineers, or some of the related, so I'm aware, and I can tell you I don't know if I want to know what I do and hopefully it works for that. Okay, so please ask me any question anytime. This is, I think Sachin already covered most of it, just a high level design of how the control zone piece works in OpenContrail. You can see the box on the left hand side. There's three major components in the control zone. One is IFMap, which is to process the configuration and read from the database, and then copy into the required client such as agent. Okay, and then there's a PGP piece, which is obviously talking PGP code or to exchange logs with other PGP systems. We have an XMPP part which is talking to all the agent nodes to transfer information or logs. Okay. I want to know this already, right? So what I want to now talk about is how.
So in Sachin's portion, he mentioned that we've done away with IFMap. The control node still uses IFMap?
the south one side, yes, you can do it. So to clarify, the database, whatever configuration information in the database, control will read it, okay, from the library, in the library. And once it takes the data, it converts it to the direct map graph database, in memory, stores it, and then, in such other way, the client full. Like agent will say, hey, you know what, I'm subscribed to this virtual machine or whatnot, and then we walk the graph and download all the information. But the south part is all direct map and there is no machine.
Okay.
It's not really like
I was always curious about the choice of SMPP as a protocol to speak to the round. I don't know what to say, don't mean to say it's bad, but what was the reason, you know?
okay, I'm and I do a good job of it. Why did you choose SMPP? We created it actually, but I think from I asked the question to it. I think the answer I was getting at the time was basically that in the computer nodes, we wanted to keep the software minimal. For example, we have a BGP in computer node, right? That's what you and I why don't we have BGP? Why have one more another protocol? Because we have a whole bunch of complexity just to manage BGP and SMTP patching around. Nonetheless, we wanted to keep the software on the agent as simple as possible. So BGP is a carry over, restored to some of the network operators. So we are talking about running BGP in every computer node is not going to start. I don't know. I mean, that's not exactly the answer. That's the way it's to be more, you know. I guess it can be simpler.
So basically, you didn't want the routers to be BGP speakers, and it's a big routers most likely.
Yeah, it can be capital already. Yeah,
I like the router.
But, and also, the XMPP is carrying stuff that BGP can't. There's things like DHCP that are proxied inside of the XMPP, correct?
There is a kind of vision or XMPP.
Yeah.
So you can, I mean, now people talk about carrying everything on BGP, right? So, but that's a longer process, that's a good point. Extending BGP is a lot more, you know, very painful actually. It's not standardized and it's not done. XMPP is like, a lot easier. Anyway, so coming to the meat of the presentation, how do we test the damn thing given the complexity, right? So, what we try to follow in our team is very integrated approach, is test-driven development, you know, like, we have this, of course, it's completely in C++, right, as we already discussed. So, I mean, this whole thing about cloud is so much more, you know, so much complex, but if you give everybody at the end of the day, all we write is code, right? And you want to be able to test your code as well as possible. It's very difficult to do that in an auto manner, you know. It's very difficult to simulate scenarios or many different scenarios if you try to, let's say, have a 100-node network or multiple components running and talking to each other. So we usually it is and it's very inefficient. It's not that productive. So what we do is that we take the code, okay? I mean, so let's step back. How many of you have heard of any unit testing framework? Unit, UI unit, Ruby testing, I mean, so modern way of programming is what you write code, you write that's the code that you write, right? I mean, that's the code. You don't want to bring everything under assignment test. I mean, that's how it's safe, but not in a developer's view, right? So what we do is, we use this framework from Google or GTS framework, but it's just similar to any other framework that you can think of, which will provide you the ability to write that. Okay, it's a standard setup, test and data. That's pretty standard in any conventional unit testing methodology. So we use this framework, GTS framework, and then write test to actually test every line of code we write. You know, perfect, and then it's difficult to see the line, but that's what we try. Okay.
Do you use some tools to measure the test coverage?
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, that's perfect. Then, of course, now these are the stuff. It really does. I mean, before I came to Contrail, I didn't know line. I didn't know what it was. Right? I mean, class really helps actually, not only from a design perspective, that you can articulate and whatnot, even to support code, especially the virtual function, the non-passive. So they all have in order to be able to support the code that you don't want to create it, and focus on the code that you want to have. So that's the mocking part. Even flavor process and helper to mock for once it is verify whether the function was called or not, but that virtualized function, virtualized I don't agree with the object semantics here, but this is like override from this cluster essentially. Okay. Use there is some macros runs I don't know how much that you have seen, but what I can tell you is that Gamma CI is very loaded. Okay, it's first class and first class. It's raw products. Typically, a system, a physical system will be running around 10, 12 virtual machines. Okay? So virtual machines are actually just in building one. So there's only like, I don't know, 12 core or 20 core system now. And there's so much stuff is happening unlike the laptop. So there's a lot of context in that. Literally, you have a lot of context. So something that may work in a laptop with a single line of RAM execution may not work there because let's for some base conditions, maybe some things went over the order. So use the technique uses macros to kind of reply some verification. For example, you added a route and you want to verify the route or added, right? And you may take a few microseconds in some environment, it may take 1 second in some environment. So by having some macro, it makes the delays the task. So we try to do that, it's an ongoing effort, but we try to make tests as robust as possible. And one important thing is, I don't know how much of you understand this scheduling kind of design or code. I just give a high level in the interest of developers here. So there are different kinds of scheduling, right? In a typical software, especially one is you do cooperative, like where you have a single thread possibly you run for some time and then you return, right? You see at one time. And then you have completely other extreme is you have multiple threads running all the time, right? And they kind of protect each other using explicit mutex system, right? That's kind of some of the vendors do have. We follow like a middle ground between these two approaches. What does this mean? It means we have multiple threads, our code do run in parallel, okay? However, we kind of have this policy scheduling process where we say, you know what, if certain module functionality belongs to certain task, then it should, when other tasks should not run at that time. So that we don't have to worry about root access and all the complexity associated with that. So many times what happens is people make a mistake like doing tests, right? They try to access some data structure directly from the main thread, for example. And that is not concurrent because some other thread might be accessing the same data structure. So we have this macro called askFire, which would basically take this function, a function pointer, and then run it in a particular task so that the concurrency model is still ahead, so that the test becomes more stable. And the last right here is test parameterization. This is an awesome part of Google test paper. Basically, it parameterizes the test. What does it mean? It means, let's say you write a test, okay? And you're writing a test, you're testing a function, right? The function has, let's say, two variables, parameters, A and B. So, potentially, you can have four combinations of people, right? You can have true, false, false. Those are the possible data. Now, parameterization, what it does is you write the test, right? With arguments, let's say, A and B, and then you instantiate a macro, which will generate so many more test cases for you from the given test, and you will instantiate so many of them with different values. So that's called test parameterization. So that way, you get to test your code with more variations of it, more combinations of it. Okay, that's the parameter. We use that quite a bit. So I'm going to quickly show some of the tests that we have done. We have many tests. I mean, it takes 30 minutes to something to run all the GCP tests. So this is an attribute test. Just an example to show you how it looks. If you look at it,
right? This is the base class in the group test member that they define from, and then we instantiate a bunch of objects. All these objects, they are all from production code, right? I mean, if you look at this first variable, server underscore, that's a BGP server object. Now, BGP server object is actually a BGP instantiation code. Now, internally it has neighbors and routing tables and pretty everything inside that. We can just instantiate it in the line. That's the beauty of the testing framework. You don't have to bring up the control node, you don't have to worry about packaging, you don't have to do all the things to test your code. You can try to kind of figure out what you need really for your test. You focus on it, just put it in the file and try to compile some of the things that you don't need and test. So look at this example, right? Unknown code. So if you receive a packet, let's say I have with an unknown code, what should we do, right? So it's very simple. As you can see, we can inject whatever data that we want to test on. Just as an object, I just inject it into the table and verify. Right? This is classic unit testing method, where you take the code and forget the rest of the pieces, try to isolate as many pieces that are not relevant for the stuff to try to test, and then test the code thoroughly. Right? I mean, you know that code can have so many different parts. It's very difficult to test other parts, but you can do as well as. So you can see there's so many tests here with different parts that can be similar. That's simple test, but it gives you not only the test coverage, but it's automation, right? I mean, this is automated. It's like consider coming. Every time you run something, all these tests are run, and we get a benefit. Whenever we implement any feature, we run all unit tests. The all cost, I already have a lot of time now. Okay, access control. That's the beauty of doing this testing development that I learned today. This is another test. Let me show the meters. You can see that one. This is the third one.
Basically, use what Google Test provides for collaboration.
I am using G-code. We use G-code. I'll just show you. So this is the test parameterization example that I wrote while I go for this test is about closing. Like whenever a recipient closes, obviously a lot of cleanup has to happen, right? And the data is now literally. So I mean, look at the number of parameters that I'm passing to the test. This does just a bunch of things. It has a bunch of parameters, and the parameters are generated using this combination. Right? If you look at the first thing, range. So it's going to give so many values to that. So this is going to explode. Right? You might test to become like, I don't know, 20 tests based on the combination of input that you provide. So this is the instantiation, test parameterization. These are all documentation they are online now. It's all very fast now. Okay? But very useful.
Sorry. Live collect, there is also just found somewhere like CI. Can I see?
It's I think the control CI is working on that to kind of take our unit test results and put it to some JUnit based some kind of a stuff. But right now it's possibly the test. Okay. That's the test parameterization. Go to the next slide. Now okay. So taking this unit testing little bit further, right? I mean, yes, you can test the individual class, or you can test the individual method, or maybe just a set of classes, right? So we have written, I mean, I call it BGP stress test because the initial goal was to be able to test the BGP and XMPP also with lot of effects, like this is a little bit of integration testing. Using the same framework, we were able to do a lot of integration which is very difficult to do in a system-based environment, for example. I'll show you also. This BGP stress test, another BGP test can actually mock agents for you. Let's say you want to inject 100 agents, right? And inject a bunch of routes and inject a bunch of events like you want to bring peer down randomly, you want to withdraw some routes, you want to configure some new routing instance, you want to change the specific socket buffer size, you name it, right? So those events are randomly injected into this task, And the test actually brings up the BGP speakers, inject the task, and verify the things out there. So that's what we call the BGP stress test. And I actually integrated the retrospect also. So I just show you on this how it looks. Right now, for example, I'm running just this executable, okay? It's a single executable. And I'm telling it to have 5 TCP/PS, each of them should inject 5 logs, in like each of the 5 networks, and there are 5 external agents connected. Right? You start like this, there are many parameters for this. It will come up and it will bring up all of the so like one single unit problem. I click on that, and this is the retrospect code of this cluster's executable, right? It's running, and it's throws up this retrospect code. You click on that, and I will show you like this. Almost looks like production setup, right? But it is not. It's actually just a unit test, right? It's just compile and running, and see, it's got all these BGP speakers. How do I get it? Okay. If you can see here, right? You can see all the peers established. So literally the entire BGP state machine ran, all the peers came up, and I can show like there's so many routes that we detected as we tested. And these are so many networks created, and then I go to my net table. It's very slow because but see all the routes are being injected. So all this is happening before they read that. So as a developer, if you are let's say maybe I use the region as an example, then you can actually the way our code is right now, the BGP and everything, you should be able to write the test and completely relate maybe not in match, I don't really want to almost it doesn't matter. Take a Linux machine, Ubuntu, whatever, doesn't matter. We should be able to run and test and complete the cycle of the price there. Okay. That's the idea here. So, and this particular tool, BGP testers, has many options. In fact, we can also use it to emulate a bunch of XMPP agents to an external control. Let's say you have a last setup, and you want to test 100 agents. You don't want 100 compute nodes, right? You can just bring up this tool and say, you want 100 XMPP agents, right? And then you can scale it, you can have multiple instances of them to scale further and further. I mean, that's why if I really have integration this also, as well as unit test. So we get benefit of both. Usually I start with only a unit testing, but later I extend it to also do integration. Okay. And this is another example of using the test framework, second part, for configuration related stuff, Like let's say we have a large configuration that we want to see how we get it in control. One idea is, of course, to go pick up the whole system, install the freedom package we need, right? And then you populate your customer database, and then try to read it and see what happens, right? Well, why do all that? I mean, why can't we just do a unit test? So, as a unit test, it's basically reads data in a JSON format. You can dump 10 images or JSON format, right? Take the entire JSON, read it, and put it into memory. So, and it's similar to production data. So now if you click on the interface of this particular test, okay? Okay, this test throws this introspect link, and if you see this link, I think this is one of our customer database, if I remember right. But the point I'm trying to make is that all the configurations got loaded here, Literally the configuration came from the customer came from the customer database, right? But it's not. This is a unit test, reading the data, bringing it up from JSON file, and doing complete graph reconstruction in this memory. So if you are working on, let's say, a configuration related feature, for example, inside control node, you can do something like this, development advanced like this, so completely has to go, do it. You don't have to go bring everything and hand to make it. Okay, and it's just like any other. Okay, now here is the question you asked. Do we know what we are testing or to what extent? And so we use code coverage for the G cloud.
okay, and I'll show you, it's not perfect, okay? We have room for improvement and we will always try to do that. I'll show you, I just done it, yesterday, okay? So this is how it looks, you know, like if you look at, this is a sheet of output. So there's various slides here, if you look at slide storage, for example, there's a lot of 100% we have, which means every single line of these were ran when we ran all these unit tests. Okay. So if you look at all these all the key guys, the routing table managers, a lot of them are 100%, which is a good thing, right? And then we have some like 90, you know, not 100, maybe because some of the software may not have been tested. And of course, we have some small omissions also, but I think in the misnomer because there's nothing much interesting what it goes by. But you can see the code coverage, right? Yeah.
How much time do you take to build this whole library around that? Let's say if I take another topic protocol.
We do this from day one. So, I mean, it's like this is what we've been using from day one. I mean, I don't say we've been using the coverage report from day one, but the whole unit testing for we use from day one. So, this is all coverage and like whenever we do a feature, now we try to make sure that, you know, the code coverage is there, and all the scenarios are covered, and it's very difficult to do this in a production setup, right? I mean, it's very difficult to simulate the scenarios, whereas here you can actually simulate any scenario. So, I have another interesting one, I think I have 5 minutes, right? Okay. Bargain, we can also do say bargain room and whatnot, that's the other advantage, isn't it? So, if you have this small development environment, you can use all these cool tools to find out issues in the code. So last week I was running bargain with our unit test. So you know I found an interesting bug. Now I thought maybe I'll share it with you guys. So I'll show you. I don't want to show the fix right away. I'll just show you the bug, and then I'll show you the fix. It's very hard to find production setup, right? But the unit testing they won't see that. So this is a sample example, okay? But I wanted to give you the value it's bringing, you know, at the outset. So there is code, right? It seems very simple. It's this segment map, that's a pointer map. What's a pointer map? Pointer map is nothing but a common HTTP map, except that when you erase an element, it frees the value, right? It's a pointer. You actually free the point, you free the memory associated with that, right? So this seems like a normal code, right? You have a map, you're erasing with a key, right? Segment arrow PSI. Okay, that's the key, right? Segment is the pointer, which is the value in the map. But guess what? There is a bug there. And it's, you know, it seems okay, but it's value on the bug. Can anybody find out the bug? Now there is an example. I didn't find it, value on the bug.
So I haven't looked at the code, but on here, so if erase is just wiping off everything.
When you erase,
yeah.
What happens is there's a map, there's a key, you mark the key, right?
Yeah.
Look at the key, find the value is pointer. It frees the memory for the point, that's all it does.
Yeah. So if we go by this, then segment we have deleted or erased segment.
Yeah.
And then we are referring to it
Yes.
in the next line. So that may cause an issue.
Right, exactly. So what happens here is, you see the segment ROPSI, so that's actually paused by reference. So in this particular API, it passes by reference. So key is passed by reference. So the key, the address of the key is actually part of this segment data structure. No? So when inside the library, when you free the segment pointer itself, the area where the key is sitting is free. Now, if the library for whatever reason is accessing the key after that time, before it returns, so potential memory corruption. If the context is right at that time, and the memory was allocated to someone else, something happens, or the usual story, right? But point I wanted to make here in this presentation is, nowhere you have found this issue in production code, you know, like doing anything, code review is product, right? But to use tools like Organize and whatnot, it helps us to find issues which is very difficult to find by human eyes, right? And heuristic framework makes us do that. It helps us use the environment to be able to make use of that and make our code better, more solid, more stable. So I thought I'll give an example in the interest of the developers. So this is provided, right? Just say the key, local variable and then pass that. That way, address where the marking is on the stack, so there's no problem. So anyway, so this one was able to find because I have this program and I was able to find program because we have the unit test in the first place. So if we didn't have unit test, we got the question. We don't have something called IEC. Okay, that's the illustration. I think that's all I need to say. I just have one more slide here to talk about it of agent, but I really want a lot of material to talk about the agent. But I'm going to start with that.
Keep going.
Anyway, so this is the agent, agent operator in the they also have the methodology, they have sort of unit tests, that can be run, in a sandbox. Further routing module also, we also have unit tests, that we can see. And what the agent does, I think most of you are already familiar. Basically, agent role is like a line card in a typical router. It gets the routes from the controller, right? It gets all the routes and then it programs the memory, in the kernel. It kind of tells the way out of the program and we have to program it. That's the fundamental most important role. Of course, it has a whole bunch of things such as security policies, QoS stuff, and so it does all that kind of programming stuff.
If there are like line cards, if you collaborate the heat of forwarding information with database and FID versus cloud table, because cloud table, you know this open floating and you have flow
well too. UPS is in delivering parts delayed the holidays. So we can get the parts like, you know, day after the food will be delivered. This one, yeah, yeah, yeah. We got it up and it's running right now. It's up, but it's done. I pulled it out there. Okay. So you'll be coming back to me on. I have to bring back something. Yeah, unless you got an extra den. Like tomorrow. Well, it's okay. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. Or. Thank you. Okay. All right. We'll talk to you later. Thank you. All right. 无所谓，他这个可以让啊，这又不是多少个东西拿回来的。电坏掉了，他这个就是有点奇怪。他按理来说，如果就是你这一根，你因为一开机的时候，波罗就要去检查嘛。对呀。如果是这个电坏掉，它应该会有 LED 或者不能 error code 的显示。对啊。显示给你才知道，但是好像没有显示任何的 error code。他连 PIN 都不都，他们连那个boot都boot不起来，这套都不能换。IM 是210。
可以啊。你知道我那个 repo 吗？哈。那我知道。你就那个 repo 就放很快。可以，可以。但是哦，你 OK， 那我其实也有应该是对的，没有的话你跟我说应该都有。那你会有 keep sync 吗？我还没有哎，我在1-2个月没有 sync，一个月多。你要我 sync 会 sync。未来就比较能用就好，就是还有我也不会有什么 critical fix 在里面。没有。对吧？你要 sync 会 sync。写个什么 scum 的 job 还是？有啊，我封 job 已经有了。你要我 sync 吗？无所谓啊，我就是说，我没有把它听了。没关系。我不觉得它有什么追求的，最适合版本的分享。
Mm,
Okay, all right.
Hey.
So I printed out this.
Oh,
I
okay.
use this as my reference.
Okay.
That, okay, on these red words.
Mm.
I want to show, so basically,
Mm.
make sure you can see
I remember they used a Tomcat.
Yeah?
I remember they used a Tomcat, which is old.
Okay, right. So basically, okay, yeah. So basically,
Old design.
yeah, what design, yeah. So basically, I'm gonna draw the architecture like this, right? So this is the management platform, right? And here you have orchestrator.
Yeah.
Orchestrator, right? So basically like your OpenStack, whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And we know, if this one is easy, we can say this is, REST API and thing, right?
Yeah.
So we don't need to waste time. And this interface, we need to define this interface. So this is device.
So we don't have to do anything, right? SDMB.
I don't think we are committed to do it.
Because that guy is continuously sending documents.
I know.
No, so what I mean,
No, it's not. I don't know. Let's be clear about it, right? Whether we do it or not do it. So we cannot be like just playing this cat and mouse game.
No. I agree.
Right. So let's be straight.
We don't have a marching order to do it.
No. The point is, we don't have an expectation, number one. And whatever the document he has sent, I have the original document, who wrote it. Okay. So it's not, I know what is that. So it's not about, we suppose. So
I agree with you. We should say we don't have expertise.
yeah, we already said that.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, probably you should talk to Emmanuel in this because it's like, because we should not set an expectation for this guy that he sends document to both of us and expect that we are working on it, right? That shouldn't be the case. Let's get the
Right. But
expectation that.
I think what Chris wants from you is to say what you're.
We did. I already sent to Chris.
You sent someone in?
No, I think last week.
Okay.
It's not something new. Chris is about.
Because I think he was expecting us to get the additional info.
No. I think we both of us sent an email. I sent an email, and the only thing Edward wanted to know the use case, but this use case doesn't even work for us. It's nothing to do.
Well, even if it works for us, we don't want to maintain the old code.
Yeah.
It's not our.
No one here who knows the stuff. So
We are not.
We can hire contractor to fix.
yeah, that's one to.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. We have one more our own challenges. Okay, so basically, it's. I don't need this one.
Okay.
So basically, on device level,
Yeah.
what we need on a device, we need netconf, right?
Yes.
We already have some stuff. So we have, SSH, CLI.
Yes.
We have REST API.
Yes. Right.
What else we need on a device?
But by the way, REST API is not complete.
So this one, we should get a data models, right? The
Yes.
OpenContrail data models, right?
Young.
Models, right?
Yes.
The young model data models.
Yes.
The standard ones, right?
Yeah.
Standard and custom, that's usual stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this is device level.
Yes.
Okay, so now at this level now, let me give you a list. Let me use another color.
Okay.
This one seems to be. So they have a good list here actually. I'll use this list.
Okay.
I mean, these are like the functions we're looking for, right? So basically, they have network discovery.
Network discovery using
Yeah.
one protocol. Well, we do have a discovery service.
Yeah.
But, I don't know what protocol they use.
We can figure that out later, but I'm just giving it like more of a use case level, like what, this is like typical network management tool, right?
Yeah.
Discover the network,
give you an inventory. Right, again, there's so much, this is one of the easiest things out here.
Right now we have, you need to configure configure the IP.
Okay, right.
And then we'll take that IP and to retrieve the.
Okay, right.
Yeah, we only have that.
Okay, sure. Okay, so yeah, we can do it. And then they have two things that I want to put here, ZTP, that's my, and they have ZTR. This is replacement, basically. So basically you remove the device, put a new device. Yeah, so that's easy stuff, right? So that's one.
Engineering wise.
Yeah, I don't think all of these are hard. I mean, and then they have connectivity status. I'm just put that here.
We do have that.
Right, connectivity status.
Virtual physical view, right?
Right. Connectivity status. I think the big one now, actually, the way they do it is actually pretty easy. They use a thing called configlets. Configlets is more like a snip of the CLI, right?
It's like a plugin kind of thing?
Yeah,
it's a module.
It's kind of a module, but it seems to me, based on my understanding of it, it's like you write a script of your CLI.
Yes.
And you dump it.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, so that's easy to do. Yeah, so configure device config. Let's put device config.
Sure.
Actually, our friend Dave Casper can help because actually Switch Center has a thing called CLI push.
Oh yeah. You explained that to me already.
Right. Basically, it does. Yeah, it's one mechanism we can think of. Yeah, right. So now
you can write a Python code.
Right, and then the task, team management. I think most of this ISSU.
Oh, ISSU.
ISSU.
Okay. We have a better one.
Yeah, ISSU. Basically upgrade, install the software upgrade, right? So this is like when you do standard upgrade, right? Standard. So
they do it live. Right. Control they do live.
Right. So yeah, so you maybe support that in your software.
Yeah.
But on CNAS we don't have any classes.
CNAS doesn't have.
Yeah, we're like way behind. Yeah, standard upgrade, right? Yeah. But in this case, you do like a manual. So basically, I've been through this world before. I worked at Juniper. So basically, the early version of this was in a chassis or in a network. You basically look at the topology and upgrade each box. Reboot it, remove the boxes based on topology, right? That was the early stage. Now we can do per process. You don't need to reboot the box.
That's right.
Right. It doesn't do a patch like Microsoft. Kind of thing, right?
And control plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So now that's one. The other one that jumps out, and I'm going to put everything here. The other one that jumps out would be telemetry.
Yeah, we have that too.
Right.
Just need GUI.
No, this is GUI. Yeah. So I think this one. Let me see. All of them kind of need GUI to some extent, right? Because like the config status. When you discover you need a topology map. Right? Right. And then that will show you the status, and then you have to click on something and whatever. And then let me see if there's anything else that comes up.
So the ISSU controller has the capability. Once we use Kubernetes, part of OpenStack.
Right. Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, when you look at this, it's actually not hard to do. Actually,
no.
If you look at this list,
everything to me, so the challenge part is only GUI.
Right. So this other stuff. Right. The only thing you do is okay. So basically, if we take all of this now. So basically, you're going to say you need your Python. So basically, here on this layer, you need a Python library. Right.
That's it.
Right, and then of course you have to define how you expose the API, right? Yeah. So basically here, and then you have a GUI. Let's say you have a GUI here. But then you have to just restrict it. But the way I would think about it is that you would build this first, and then the GUI talk to the API.
Okay, so let me tell you, the REST API, the orchestrator, who is the orchestrator?
This is kind of like OpenStack. So basically,
OpenStack has defined a fixed set of APIs only. Not everything.
Right.
VMware, what we can do is, I know how to write a VMware SDK, so I can write those.
So that one you mentioned, you could pretty much talk to this.
Yeah.
You could just put your library here, and there's two options. You can either put this guy here, this guy here, or you can put another library that talks.
We'll talk.
Right.
They just provide the primitives.
Right.
They will do all the.
Yeah, because this guy wanted more rich. Sophisticated stuff.
Complicated.
Right. So no, we use a device config.
Yeah.
This is where it becomes complicated. There's a lot of feature on this device. So we have to see which feature. Some of them could be just config script.
Yes.
And some of them could be more sophisticated.
Yes.
So for example, VLAN. That's like everybody does VLAN every day. I talk to the sales team.
Yes.
That's kind of like one of the most common config.
Sure.
This is something you could put in the in the GUI.
Sure.
Versus doing the so different things maybe. This one we have to decide, which is GUI versus script.
Okay.
When I say script, maybe more like a config script.
Sure.
I mean, I think the more critical stuff we put in GUI.
Yes.
And then the script will say, okay, we don't support this in GUI.
Yeah.
You can write a script.
Yeah.
And dump it.
Yeah.
Right. So this config is like a template though. I think they have a template concept too.
Okay.
Right. So basically, if you want to configure like BGP,
yeah.
Right? Yes. Okay, that's could bring me to another question. Maybe I should put the word template here. Template.
Yeah.
And this is going to be tied back to this guy. So some of this stuff will be tied back to this guy. So basically, you may define a network with a template, and when this guy boot up, you can get the config based on that template.
Yes.
Right. Kind of like that. So I think that's good. And then here we don't need to define. I think the only thing we'd have here for the upper layer would be to say there's a REST API and library, right? And library. And then I'm trying to think if there's anything else that jumps out. So image, software. So this is a controversial one because image management. Okay. Xclarity does this.
It does that now. Okay.
But it's not a hard thing to do, I think. I think it's pretty easy to do, right? Just to upgrade the software and all that stuff, right? Once you discover the network, you know what I'm saying? So there are two ways we can do it. We could call Xclarity. Let's say Xclarity is sitting over here. We could call Xclarity to do some of that stuff, Xclarity is here, right?
Right.
In a large network, maybe that makes sense, but I think for a small network, you want to keep it simple. You know what I'm saying?
So you just call Xclarity and they will take care of them.
To take your image stuff, then hardware data, Sure. So this is telemetry, any data, right? Any data, right? Anything that's come up, logs, for example, log messages. But what I'm saying, the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to just do the image management here, or do we want to depend on this guy to do it? That's not every customer will have.
You have the DPO. So we have to deal with it.
Deal with it. So let's take this guy with it.
Get down with it. I don't want to.
So you're confusing, more confusing. Okay, so basically, this is kind of like what I'm thinking, because what I'm going to do, I think I already have it, but I'm going to create one slide. The one I showed you on my PC, that's different, but I want to spell out like what they want.
What features you want?
Yeah, because I think you will have to use like a size the East effort, right?
Yeah.
Like what will you do in July, for example?
Right.
I mean, obviously July is a thing. I'm gonna put back the I'm gonna have that the VXLAN, the overlay stuff there too. I'm gonna have that overlay, right? Which is what we already have.
Right.
So I'm gonna say, hey, we have overlay, but we can make a note, we already have this.
Yeah.
And then we can say these are the other stuff that we need.
We do have some kind of discovery. Oh, we have this one, right? Right. We have so here we have REST API. We also have Ansible modules.
Right. But what I'm saying, when you add these in, you have to expose that as well. You have to add new REST API for these guys, for the network level. So you already have your REST API for your stuff. But what I'm saying, when you talk to the network, you need to also expose those guys up as well.
They don't know anything. The orchestrator, they don't. Well, unless they can.
Not for the orchestrator. So the orchestrator, let's not get tied up in like this. It could be like I'll give you an example. Service, they call it ITSM.
Okay.
IT service management.
I see.
So they manage their whole infrastructure. So they want to be able to call, different use cases.
Sure.
They want to be able to.
So
So
the scenario is instead of going separately, they go here. Then we'll do
This is a central hub. Yes. That's what cloud vision is really. You give them a central hub.
Okay.
Because actually, it's not even like it automate everything.
Right.
I think just basically give them an option to download the config. To do that, you know?
I know.
The more they
Yeah.
the more they understand it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's still a good concept though. Don't underestimate it. It's actually,
So this is the way that can scale, right? Because you can have a device, you know, that they don't even know will deal with those
right.
hardware.
Exactly.
Okay.
If I have right,
Yeah, ZTP there. So
Yeah,
they know
yeah.
exactly.
I'll do this, my slide exactly. I'll say, this is device, and we need these things.
Yeah.
Whether we have some of these, but I think this is also limited based on what we have today.
It's very limited.
Yeah, it doesn't have everything. So we say we have this, but long term, this is what we want.
Yeah, but if they are only talking to us, all they need to do is have a Python library. I don't care what product it is.
Right.
They use this guy.
Yeah. Open thinking efficient. If this guy is more efficient, we should push that.
Yeah.
If it's the most efficient interface to use, you know.
Yeah.
And industries use it.
Industries using it, yeah.
Because remember, we're going to say to the customer, they may not want this. They may only want this.
Possible.
Yeah. So we have to say to them, hey, you know, we're open. We have this stuff already.
Okay.
You know, they maybe have better. They have cloud vision. Who knows? You know, I don't think cloud vision is that open. I think it's only for the risk time. So, yeah.
Correct. Because a lot of, you know, there are certain features that only this guy knows.
Right. What do you think of this guy? I think I sent you the link yesterday. This guy, NAPAM or whatever. So this guy is.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like this, actually.
Yes.
So basically, that's something we should look into, because if we use this guy, what you can say to the customer about this is that our stuff is open.
Yeah.
If you have Cisco or other vendor, you can integrate it. We don't necessarily support everything for those guys, but I think the way they do it is that if you want to create a VLAN, for example, this guy would translate it into different devices. Right?
I know they create a model.
Right. So it's kind of
abstraction.
They abstract it. So it has its value, actually. That is value. So maybe we should look into it as a, you know, when you go into more detail and see if it makes sense to.
As a reference? To use the modules from here?
To consider extending it to have Lenovo stuff.
I see.
Yeah.
It's a different, I think it's a different,
It's a different part. It's more.
Yeah, we'll contribute here, so they can support the Lenovo box. But here, do we use the whatever they have to support other vendors? Maybe not.
So one more thing I should have here is like maybe Ansible, Puppet.
Yeah, we have.
Right. So basically what we're saying is maybe these guys are limited because they're only doing basic stuff.
Yeah.
So these guys are like limited guys, but if you do Puppet and Chef, you know, people are using this, so they would use this for more, you know. This is the guys that are limited just for open status, basically open stuff, right? So that's one thing. Yeah, so let me, put my head together in terms of driving the, like what each level requirement is, right? And then we can talk back to, because I think Ellie is going to meet with Radica and stuff, so I need to give him this, and I'm sure Chris is going to ask, if we say, hey, we want management platform, what are these requirements? I think these are the main one that you would, and he will come back to you and say, hey, tell me, can you guys build this? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So basically, the OpenContrail we have, it has a front end and back end. They are all modernized.
Okay.
So it's a better architecture than the cloud vision.
Right.
It was developed based on enterprise application, the traditional way. And this is a more modern way. And we can easily add new stuff to support other features. The only thing missing is just only GUI is missing.
I know your big complaint.
No, it's not. It's just
no, not your complaint, but that's our obvious thing at this point. Yes. I mean, but at this point it's good because I think Radica seemed very receptive to this, to this piece.
Yes.
So basically, we said to her, and we support it.
Yes.
I think she will approve the rec to get the guy. And if it's Romania, it's cheaper for them too. It's cheaper, right? So this guy can say, hey, get 2 guys in Romania. I would say get two at one, but then redundancy, get two, and we say, okay, these are the use cases. This is just a high level.
Yeah.
Let's now come back and say what we're gonna do with the first release.
Yeah.
So
basically, if we can have UI guy or UI team in Romania, some of the backend stuff, people in Romania can already do backend stuff. That's how we want to do.
Yeah, that's how it is, yeah. You can consider what you want to use on the web stuff, but I think this approach is better.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
It's much simpler.
It's more native.
Yeah,
It's
it's more scalable.
It's more scalable and universal.
Okay.
It's a safer bet.
Okay. So I'll give you time back. What I'll do is I'll go and finish this up.
Sure.
And then I'll come by later.
Yeah.
And we can discuss again. Okay.
Yeah. We already know some of the current GUI architecture. So by adding new ones, we need some developers.
Yeah. Let me just put this together, then we can.
So once this is kind of determined, and we're gonna go forward with new UI resources. Then I'll show you the current GUI.
I think
then we can kind of rearrange certain things.
I'm pretty sure we will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after that, or if you have time, we can show you.
Yeah.
We can start designing the GUI.
No, I wanted to have that. Yeah, actually, I want to do the workflow first.
Yeah. So we can start designing the workflow.
My work is to be hard actually. You start to write the workflow.
Yeah.
And you do the guys, the GUI guys.
Yeah, I can give you feedback right away.
Yeah. Do all of that stuff. So.
Yeah. I just finished a presentation to the OpenContrail.
Yes. Yeah. So did you get the approval from Emmanuel for the?
He asked me to write something.
Yeah, that's the same thing I told you, right?
Yeah. I haven't got time to.
Okay.
It's I was preparing for the materials for the OpenContrail.
Oh, that one. Okay.
So I didn't get a chance to.
Okay.
I was talking to Mark Zhu last night to prepare materials for sales training.
Okay.
So it's gonna be.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to talk to I talked to Jim Whitten.
Yeah. Okay.
About that training stuff.
Okay.
I don't know if he reached out to you.
No.
I am thinking that we should do a lot of training.
Yes.
Meaning that we should at least have one webinar or something.
Right.
We can go through. Even now, we don't need to wait. We can do that.
Oh, okay.
At least after January, not.
Oh yeah. Definitely, yes.
Let me do this and come back.
Okay, and by the way, we're also doing the Red Hat certification.
Okay.
They switched their portal.
Oh.
We need to restart.
Okay.
So tomorrow you'll be ready.
Okay.
To start. So we'll start tomorrow.
Oh, that's good. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just finish up this and then.
Okay.
We can discuss some more.
Okay.
All right, man. Thanks.
Mm. Mm. uses OVSDB. OVSDB is a protocol that sends routing flow information. So whether it's UDP or TCP, I don't remember. It's a TCP or UDP carries. Do you have a CCI document? I can forward the REST API document. Yes. Natively, our switch instance. And the OpenContrail has a different mechanism called OVSDB. That's the one that's being used to set up Arista switches. That's one. The video is yes. But I think that's the only persistent space, right? Red is file based, is it? Right, right. But is it distributed or does it have HA? Yeah. Yeah. Redis? Right, right. But the idea is usually in large deployments, they will use their own database. Yeah. Right. Yes, yes. But we right. We don't. Now we are not doing anything with the data.
yet, right? We have all the analytics information, but nobody's doing anything. Yes. 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 Right. That's something we need to find out, right? I think right now nobody's looking at it. At least I'm not. Right. Yeah, there are a lot of statistics people are more into telemetry. Yes. Yes. How do we make use of telemetry to provide intelligent, recovery or information? How to make use of the data? Mm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, because they are service based, they are product based. That's earlier. That's a change. That's earlier when we did the. No, I wasn't even here. So when the team started to play with it, we followed the community's instruction, and those instructions are legit. But we made just a dumb decision. It says to do a records. What's that? Our own. Yeah, always big. Everything is virtualized. Yes. Yes. Oh, you want to go through that? There's a user guide, but there's a learning curve, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure you need to go through those. Whether that makes sense to you. Spend your time. It takes hours of. Yeah, sometimes because you need to configure. There's a configuration file you need to prepare. Not sure because there are a lot of people only do it once. So the next time we'll just do an upgrade. So the first installation takes time and a lot of learning curve. Things breaks, you need to redo again unless you're experienced. Yes. So we are thinking of making it easier for customers. Well, the reason being has to be professional service based. Initially, the main reason is every customer is different. it's not like they just bring out the Windows and then you can. In order for the system to come up, you need to understand the customer user scenarios, what kind of problems they're gonna address. So those are things you need to even have earlier discussion with customers. Say, hey, what kind of features we help you enable disable features. That is something that before you start doing that. So that's a planning phase. That's why it's not everybody can do it. Because the QA is trying to find optimized versions of the system. Maybe quicker, but you're not only installing the OpenContrail, you also need to install OpenStack. So yes, so I'm not. Right now, you don't need to post data automatically. Yes. Referring to the understanding applications, not just the computer. Yeah. So yeah, so the dilemma, the question I have to you would make sense for you to spend time on those decisions. So yeah, so the reason I kind of I wouldn't say not encouraging you, but it's just more of give you a heads up that it's strict. So I can tell you how what I know. Give me 100% accurate. So if you look at our current solution, we are 2 generations behind the community version. So if you want to look at what's the latest release, still looking at our current software. It's not OpenContrail. From them, in a way, if you get your hands dirty, that's one way. Because more features than what we have. Right? So we're highly our features. So that's why I don't feel like waste your time to do it. If you're looking at feature, it doesn't really matter which platform you use. You see what I'm saying? And they do have some kind of development environment that where means you do not need to worry about multiple nodes. You don't need to worry about a lot of things. Basically, it's all in one. Just like an environment I gave you, but instead of our current version, you can get a newer version. That's you see what are coming, not what we have. What we have is what we set. And what are coming, what we plan to do actually is to go upstream, pick up the latest in probably January timeframe, beginning of January after the break. Right now, we're gonna wrap up the current one, then we can move on. So if you want to see what are useful, what are new, I suggest you go to you find the killer apps, the special specific scenarios that they support, why they are adding new features, right? You can release 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why there's a 4, why there's a 3, why there's a 5, what are the differences in the features. That way you can go ahead while we are working on those. Yes, exactly. So if you look on the from the community, you can do none. Even the time when we started to work on the CentOS, we spent a lot of time. So we spent almost 2 months. So that's something value we have the community does not have. They appreciate our expertise. We can, we can say we can contribute back to the community to help the community build CentOS. We can do that too. So they already acknowledge that there's no CentOS in the community. Just yeah. All right. So you can let me know what you want.
What?